Hey, the skin is no joke. It's actually important. If only there was a good map skin. It's more about the proportions. I feel like when the character is wide, it's actually harder to dodge certain enemies. And if you're tiny, then your bullets miss for stupid reasons. Like on Mona, you shoot the floor. That's true, most of the time it doesn't matter. It can actually be helpful to be small if you want to shoot through a bringer. It's easier to shoot the stuff behind it if you're tiny. But being wide has screwed me over several times. So I'm not doing that anymore. Aiming and dodging is just way too important on a ranger. To have the size of your character screw you up. Fuck. The Sinnoh mystery. My best guess for what's going on with the Sinnohs is they have like a version of Early Walk where their animation appears the same. They're just targetable sooner or later for some random reason. I don't think that it's purely logical. But then again, I haven't like actually done rigorous science. It's a feeling. Feelings are facts sometimes. So being smaller would be better though, if the angle of the bullet mattered. It's starting to sound like being small is better than being tall. Being wide also prevents you from seeing item drops. Not the end of the world, but annoying. It's like when I played Photo World and I got the skin with the green hat. And I would just see every item as a green box because of the hat. Weapon. Somber. You had a friend change the costume on one of their characters because they kept mistaking the red on their character as a red box. Ooh. When I was a kid, we called it red box fever. Just started seeing them everywhere. Even in the blood pattern of the dying enemies, you start seeing red boxes. Where are you going? +1. Go home, go home. Home is a circle on the ground. My weapons are good enough. I'm not gonna look in those boxes. Don't miss. Home is where the spawn is. So true. Why are you over there? Just looking at me with attitude. Sometimes this wolf goes all the way against the wall over there. I love animation canceling off of that Rappy. One of my favorite things that Ramal does. Wolf AI tilts me. They do some things that are so nonsensical and frustrating. Most notably, getting merged with other enemies, so they are just permanently behind them and you cannot target them. That shit pisses me off. Barrier. Don't miss. 3 mana. I think I'll feed those instead of the antidote. I have like 2 HP. Look at it. No. That's pretty sloppy. Tippered that one. Yep, that's all Rama. Oh no. I haven't gotten a shadow rifle yet. I'm literally just trying to get like a run that feels good. I don't even have a goal at this point. I just want a run. Please, anything. Cat bag, the universal emote for good, bad, neutral. Just cat bag it. Much on top of the boxes, so I'll just stand on the item drop. Saber. There's a reason you don't look at your attempt counter, Verlix. It's too late to go back, though. Take 2 plus 5%. I wonder how many total attempts I have across all characters. It's gotta be like near 9,000 at this point. I have an illness. Boxes. I bought the rifle. What is your Fomarl attempt counter? Is it like less than 100? Yeah, you really are abnormally lucky on Fomar and Fomarl. Those characters are very nice to you. God knows why. You lost, Pollywog? Ain't no bunnies here. Just slaughter and pain. I live with the memory of the bunny I once had. That trivia makes me happy in a very devious way. I know how you feel about Hunorl. I want to do some no reset runs of my own of the entire cast, but I don't trust myself to not grind every character. I've got to be careful. lest I get addicted to another character. Avert your eyes, Verolix. Don't look at me. Don't look at what I'm doing. I just gotta get a run. I just gotta get a shadow rifle. I just gotta get a speed run going. I just gotta get one run going. Just gotta check the boxes and get a run going. So far, those boxes have only helped me out as Phonywhirl and Phonium. I found Gamefoy and Gizon in those boxes before. I do not have a weapon. If I had like shock or dim or something, I'm not going over there. Unless I really, really just want to do a run. The duck command was removed due to a piracy complaint. Verolix has here. A fine duck. Truly. Pristine. Gorgeous creature. What does Shenmue have to do with ducks? I've never played Shenmue. There's duck racing. That sounds awesome. Random penguins in the duck race. That's a Sega game, right? It kind of has to be a Sega game. If this run doesn't get the map, I'm curious about my total attempt across all characters. I've only got one all difficulties attempt. That's my most reserved category. I think I have 2 glitched any percent attempts. But I didn't use splits. Let's see. It's 514 on Ramarl. 4 on Hukasil, but that's more like 10. Because sometimes I did attempts if I accidentally selected Hukasil while trying to select Phonewhirl or Phonum. 3 on Ramar. 1111 on Phonum. $3,663 on Phonewhirl. So between those two, it's like 4752-ish, 5,200. Then Phonewhirl, 1282. Let's call that 73. Uh, 75? That's 7,500. We're getting there. That's all in like 2 years. Two years is 730 days? So that's an average of 10 attempts per day for 2 years. I'm different. I'm a different kind of addict. Those Phonewhirl split numbers are actually kind of crazy. Because most of her runs would die in Ruins 1. So I ended up completing a lot, 124 of them. Between your 3 most played, you have 7249. We're like twinsies. That's actually really interesting. At this point in time, the attempt counters converge. Not for long. I've got like 4,000 attempts in Lost Kingdoms. I'm gonna be getting back into Lost Kingdoms to try and save 12 seconds for a sub 31 in-game time. It's long overdue. If and when you start speedrunning this game again, do you have any idea who you'd want to play and what category? Oh. Rappy priority. I'm still not entirely sure how that priority works. All difficulties glitched episode 2. Very nice. I like that category. Especially Ultimate Seabed. That's peak PSO speedrunning. Yeah, this shop is a little bitch. As it always is. Just hits different 3 hours in, I guess. My green L is bugged. I find canes and sabers more than I find guns. It's not real. Like, my sample size is huge. And, like, I am for sure not finding handguns and rifles more than other things. I think of this statistic all the time, that if I see an orange box, it's about a 1 in 4 chance that that is a type of gun in caves. That's just never the case. It is not 1 in 4, it's more like 1 in 10 or less. 2 teletypes. Good point. If I were playing like a Pinkle Huka Seal, I'd be seeing rifles up the ass. which is literally my experience playing Yggdrasil. It's the whole reason I haven't switched back to Yggdrasil. I was gonna be jumping between Ranger and Hunter, but I kept on finding perhaps guns as Hunter, and now I don't find any. Shocking anti. Double tapped. The wall. I find it very interesting that you can consistently get the Rappy to stand still if you let it peck you and you don't move. In that one spot in particular, it happens often. I did that too on Steve, in the hero grind. I cannot believe that I was right about that. the punch that I just dodged. Why was I so confident that it was going to die? Box priority. Seven K attempt intuition. Why can't I use a saber? Did I not feed my mag the first time? Oh no. That barely matters. I didn't feed it the first time. Nice low rolls. Don't jump on me. like playing as hunters, I miss it. I know for a fact if I start playing Seal, I'm gonna start finding guns. Not emotionally mature for that shit. That's bad. It's really weird how much easier it is to shoot the head if you're on the right side of the dragon. Took me over 400 attempts to realize that. Like with a good handgun, the fight is only maybe 15 seconds slower than with a saber. At first it was like over a minute slower for me. Rifle. I thought I was canceling out of buying it. Fuck. I have 4 pipes. I was just gonna re-roll the shop a couple times. Nope. Depending on the quality of the run, I have no problem resetting at the beginning of caves. quality is purely subjective, and the definition changes constantly. Funny. I would take a quick break before I go again. think Verilix might be coming to terms with his total attempt count. Vera left. Ooh, are we getting a Link Between Worlds stream? He's looking at it. He must be planning on playing it right now. That's fair. I think Prime and Between Worlds are both really cozy speed games. That rocket snipe was great. It's like right on the edge of the Bowser. You were at maximum distance away. That's where you're wrong, Supersonica. It's not just hard, it's impossible. This character has no future. Perhaps that's a little bit harsh. I believe in her. I mean, just look at the sum of best. It's already getting down to 150. I think within 15 to 20 minutes of that is reasonable. It's reasonable. It's just not gonna happen. PSO is not a reasonable game. In my most badass hero voice, I've lived it. I've lived it. I will say though that this game has been unreasonable in a good way to my phoneme. I had 0 phoneme droughts every time that I did attempts on that character. I got runs going. The ratio of attempts to like Gifwe Gizond is absurd on my phonium. I even got like grants and scape dolls. Like, PSO has been suspiciously kind to my phonium. Not Dark Vowels though, he can suck it. Oh, he will. Dark Vowels does enjoy sucking. "104 HP for life." I miss how fragile Phony World was. I wanted the sub 130 to be on a run that didn't have Dragon HP. Because it's just so cool that she's barely surviving. I've got a crackpot theory. This skin that I have with the heads-up display visor has like a hidden stat that makes you miss more. It's some type of fucked up irony. Like, this thing is supposed to be an aimbot, basically. But secretly, it just means that your character is a noob. Because professional rangers don't need the heads-up display. That is my official headcanon. Great pun. Okay, the visor's not fucking me up right now. It's because I announced it. Good accuracy, good damage rolls. Come on, wolves. Please play nice. You guys are the worst. That's not a good sign. Okay, this one was chill. Block. You gotta take those gambles on Ramaro. Because why not? I learned the secret of getting this guy to come down is that you gotta touch the bottom of the ramp in the middle. Don't miss. Now he's spinning in circles. No, he's not. Maybe he will lose sight of me? No, he's on my ass. That never happened when I was playing Phonewhirl and Phonum. It would always lose sight of me at the bottom of the ramp. I wonder if shooting a gun makes a difference for enemy aggro. I should have normaled. Interesting jumping pattern. Nice! A good handgun. Good frame. Let's go, Steve. Fuck. Please, miss. Be able to kill it with this handgun. Of course now I This game is something else. I like the green handgun. +3 is, I think, theoretically better. Wait, no. Because the percent would factor in after the plus. I think that actually makes the difference for handgun. So +2, 10% might actually be better than +3. Don't miss. Not so bad. Give it a second to see if I find antidote or anti-para. Might have been fun. Not that it really matters, because there's so much distance between you and the Hildebeer. It's time to show off my handgun abilities. It is possible to pay attention to the head swaying animation. You kind of like freeform when to normal and when to heavy. It's actually really, really fun now that I know that you can do it on the right side. Too close. Right side of the dragon. Not the wing, it's too far away. Slightly off angle. Good positioning. Slightly forward. Not terrible. I'm getting better at it. 10% A beast. One. I did the exact same thing that I did last time. Keep on not looking at my Misset account, and then changing my mind about buying the rifle. But wrong button inputs. Weapon! Saber +3. Thank you for the good luck, Vera tree. You're gonna make like a Vera tree and Vera go to sleep. Right? Good night. It was so anti-humor that it broke my brain trying to read it. That's how you know it's funny. I'm high rolling with this rifle. I'm not complaining about that. I walked too far forward. Didn't matter. Chat is only on the DS, right? Who is seeing your Picto chat? It's on DSi as well. That makes sense. It was not on 3DS. You can hack it onto the 3DS. Silver lining. No, 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 no. AK-47 smug. How many of those 54 plus t-shirts do you wear? Three? I don't have that many t-shirts, but I think I also have about 3 that I wear. Maybe I have 5 to 7 total. The frequency at which Patrick does laundry is probably the main factor for why I don't wear all of my t-shirts. Once they get put away and they're not in like the active laundry basket rotation, they may as well be gone. Come on, dim. Show me dim and let me start doing. Heart. Pain. There is a huge downside to taking pain medicine. Since the pain is numbed, it's a lot easier to make it worse by accident. That is something I do not intend to do. I feel a little bit of pain even though I'm medicated, I'm done. I am not pushing it at all. The blue screen of depth. Oops. Now it's gone. Now there's a new blue screen of depth. Now it's gone. Hear the crickets? How nice. When you have the windows open, in a way, you kind of are outside. If you put your face up to an open window, you may as well be outside. I think Toma is doing room organizing, closet organizing. Bang, bang. Kaboom. And then what? I have an attack on the queen. And then ooh, that's not just an attack on the queen. That threatens mate in 1. King would have to move down and in so that this isn't mate. Wait, no, that is still mate. It covers everything. I'm not even gonna look at other lines. I'm just doing it. Running it. Oh, you block. Do I trade? I still have an attack on the queen, but then my queen gets taken. If we do this, then instead of checkmate, I trade a queen for a queen and a rook. So I do this. That's the move. The puzzle should end here. No, it's making me do it. Nice. I liked that puzzle. my arm is in pain, so I'm not going to speedrun anymore. So I don't really know what I'm doing. I had like some rest hours before I started streaming. So what now? Skateboarder dude throat singing. You want to go astral exploring? You want to explore the astral realm? Let's go mansplaining. Yeah. Yeah, let's do that. Wait, you guys need audio.
Opera.
I've never played
The legal
Diablo.
power limit for a laser pointer is 5 milliwatts. Well, I think it would be funny to build one that's 50,000 times stronger than that.
Now, I've showcased a lot of ridiculous portable lasers on this channel, but so far, none of them come close to that kind of power.
Even my strongest laser, which was world record breaking when I built it, isn't even half of this level. Now, considering the advances in laser tech since I made this thing, I think it's time to build a laser pointer that just completely blows it out of the water. Now, I'll admit that more power isn't my only motivation here. This laser is horribly designed, and it is just plagued with issues. Not only do I want the next one to be stronger, but I want it to be good and packed with cool features.
Like the last one, the heart of the new laser is going to be the best diode array that the Chinese black market has to offer. The kicker is that there have been 5 years of improvements on these things. The new arrays are stronger, brighter, and more efficient.
They still carry the same dubiously legal charm as the last ones, though, as they still ship with scratched out part numbers, and the manufacturer still denies that they even exist. Now, as long as I can input money into eBay to acquire these, then I'm not going to complain. I mean, honestly, the feeling that I'm not supposed to own these really adds to the appeal.
I've hooked a new array up to a lab power supply as a test, and although I can't push it to full power on this thing, it gives an idea of the insanity that I'll be working with here. The array is the same physical size as my first one, but with more emitters packed in the same area, and according to the sketchy datasheet, it's rated for 161 watts of output power. I'm actually going to attempt to push it far beyond that using some overclocking techniques, but that's going to take more careful design than this piece of trash I built 5 years ago.
Now, if you think
He's
I'm exaggerating
calling
when I
it
say this thing is
trash.
poorly designed, well, it randomly quit working a few months ago, and I don't even know why. So let's open it up and see what's going on. Now, it definitely smells crispy under here, but I don't actually see anything that's like burnt up. Well, it looks like it's the batteries. They are completely fried. I wonder if the dead batteries.
No, this guy lives far away from people.
Smash.
He knows the danger of what he does.
Into the laser. Like, seriously, they don't really fit in here. You have to like crush the batteries. And like, yeah, if there's one thing that lithium batteries love, it's to get crushed like this. And the worst part is that because I didn't build a charger inside of this thing,
safety's not really this
take it
guy's
apart
thing,
every
Tony.
time, and then
You'll
crush
come to
the
learn.
batteries again in like a slightly different configuration.
He knows what he's doing.
Oh man, I'm very
But he
happy
doesn't
that
really
this
care
thing
about
never
the
operated in
safety.
pipe bomb mode. The cooling in this thing sucks too because it's just this giant chunk of aluminum that doesn't have any real connection to the case there, so heat just builds up without anywhere to go. And then these laser drivers kind of suck too. I mean,
Yeah, pretty
if I
much.
would have used chips from the Century, they would be a lot more efficient than they are here. But you know what really cursed this project from the beginning?
I burned my
The very
red
first
nose.
sentence of the video.
Yeah.
Hey everybody, it's the year 2020 and I want to celebrate.
Let's raise the power level.
Yeah, that didn't age so well, did it? So this time, I'm not going to celebrate that it's 2025, but instead I'm going to celebrate the fact that my channel has now made it 18 years on this platform without getting banned. And yeah, it's not like I needed a reason to build a bigger laser, but if I'm going to correct the issues from the first video, I might as well be comprehensive.
The one thing I did like about the first laser was the radar gun housing, so I bought another broken one on eBay. I took it apart and pulled out the cool old microwave circuitry, and then added my own control circuits, a charging port, and a bunch of switches. Next, I picked up some batteries, and assembled a pack using a battery management board. This should hopefully reduce the risk of catastrophic failure, or even a boring failure like over-discharge. I needed a circuit to carefully drive the ever-living daylights out of the array. Usually I use an IC from the 70s for this, but in the interest of efficiency and size, I dead-bugged some modern purpose-built ICs for this task.
What is he?
Now I took a risk here, since I built these to far exceed the array's ratings.
What he just did.
This array is rated for 3.5 amps of drive power, so I decided that 4.7 would be a better number. Now yes, this carries the risk of destroying it early. However, with proper cooling, I think it should hold up.
It is planned
This will give up to 255
destroyed by its
watts
own
of output power, which obliterates the last one at 100.
I also added a PWM feature to the driver for audio-visual effects. I first tested this feature on a weaker array, and it works better than I expected.
It's a good safety feature.
That sound you hear is actually coming from the laser hitting the wood. Now this is where things got difficult. I still had cooling to deal with, and since I didn't want to machine an elaborate heatsink, I figured water cooling would be the better option. I picked up a water block designed for CPUs, along with a pump and radiator, and assembled a cooling loop. However, jamming all the plumbing into the case along with the electronics and batteries turned out to be very difficult. In fact, not long after finishing the laser, the control electronics burnt up randomly, and then when I rebuilt them, they all burnt up again.
They're all in the house.
The circuitry isn't even complicated, but because it was all free-wired, it was incredibly time-consuming to redo. I never actually identified the problem. So when I finally decided to try building it once again,
there's no way the signals are clean in there.
all sorts of fail-safes against shorts and voodoo voltage spikes. The third time was the charm, though, it seems, as this version survived past initial testing.
I actually want to apologize to all my channel members and Patreon supporters that followed this project, because it took so much longer than I expected. However, as you're about to see, this is the craziest handheld laser on the planet, so I really hope it was worth the wait.
With an output of 250 watts, this laser eclipses the threshold for the highest laser danger rating by a factor of 500. That means that just 0.2% of the laser's power is already considered an instant blindness hazard, as well as a fire hazard.
Look at the snowflakes.
The luminosity of this laser is especially impressive as well.
They're just getting
having more than
blipped out of
quadruple the
existence.
brightness of my 100-watt laser, as this one is a brighter sky blue color. It's funny because, even though I built this thing, part of me still finds it hard to believe that a device like this is even possible.
Let me give you a quick rundown of the features of this laser. So this switch right here turns the whole thing on. Then you can see the readouts there for the battery voltage and temperature. Then these switches right here are what turn on the water pump and the cooling fans, which are impressively quiet, I have to say. Then the safety switch is right here, which of course arms the laser. Then these knobs right here control the PWM frequency and duty cycle. But for the time being, I'm just going to leave these maxed out.
This thing is straight out of a
Then the
video
trigger
game
right
at this
here
point.
is what finally fires the laser. Pretty cool, right?
It's not how you put it.
I'm sure you're wondering, what can you burn with the world's strongest handheld laser? Well, a lot of things. Now, spoiler alert, the real crazy stuff happens when you stick a lens on front and focus the beam to a tiny point. But let me first show you what the unmodified beam is capable of.
Let's start with a block of wood. The beam ignites the wood basically instantly, and you can even hear a little explosion as the pyrolyzed vapors catch fire as well. The small portion of the light that reflects off of the wood is able to illuminate my entire shop. That's a lot of light.
The laser sound.
Cutting electrical tape is a classic demo for a strong handheld laser. But of course, this laser is well over 1,000 times more powerful than what's needed to accomplish this. The tape is sliced as fast as I can wave the beam across it. The same goes for any sort of thin plastic I throw in front of it.
He is way too close to this laser.
A plastic cup is quite a bit thicker than the tape, but it doesn't seem to have much meaningful effect against the laser. The beam punches straight through it without issue.
I'm just
While we're
saying
doing
it takes a
classic
lot of
experiments,
power
let's pop some
to make a laser go zzz.
That was pretty quick.
While we're doing overkill, matches are unsurprisingly no match for the laser. Slow-mo shows that they make it about 2/100ths of a second before catching on fire. Newspaper falls in the instant ignition category as well. Just barely clipping the beam is enough to light it on fire.
That might be illegal.
Any paper
to
product
fill them
is
with
this way
helium and
really,
shoot them with a laser.
but paper bags make an
Not that
especially
he really
satisfying
cares about
sound from the
legality.
flash pyrolysis.
Ooh.
You might think that solder would be a challenge considering how reflective it is, but nope, it melts nearly instantly.
That makes sense. Surface area.
A CD was the first real challenge for the laser. Of course, it still caught on fire instantly, but it took a while for the beam to punch all the way through. I think the sooty flame in front was attenuating the beam before it could hit the plastic. The end result was pretty neat though. I briefly talked about the PW...
Random tangent. I used to buy burnable discs for like $10. You could get a big stack of CDs. And I would hold a lighter on it for like 30 seconds to a minute. And then I would blow into the part of the CD that I just melted. And it would make a huge bubble.
feature, and I want to show you what this does when it comes to burning. By switching the laser at audio frequencies, the target actually makes sound as it vibrates from thermal expansion and contraction. In fact, this effect went far beyond my expectations, and now I'm wondering about the possibility of building a musical laser. I'll have to save that for a different
analog
video, though.
synthesis here.
Alright, now it's time to actually test this laser's true destructive power. I'm going to stick a big f-theta lens on front in order to concentrate the output to a point and maximize power density. Everything I've shown so far can be accomplished by weaker lasers, so this is the point where I enter uncharted territory for a handheld laser.
It brings
Let's
a whole
start
new
by
meaning
trying
to,
something that the last record
textures
breaker
of
couldn't
instruments.
accomplish, melting a penny.
Alrighty, let's try melting through this penny.
Pew.
It's on fire! What?
What is igniting? You can't really see the
that's
color.
crazy. I wasn't expecting it to burn. It burned the zinc inside. That's nuts. Wow.
It's hard to see the actual flame when there's so much blue light from the laser, but I did manage to repeat the effect and get a flame to sustain for a bit after turning it off. And as a bonus, it left a bizarre frozen smoke remnant of zinc oxide.
Ooh.
The fact that the laser literally lit a penny on fire is an astonishing result to me. I've done all sorts of mad science experiments with pennies over the years. I've dissolved them in acid, treated them with cyanide, hit them with 1,000 amps, blasted them with other lasers, but none of those methods ever managed to light a penny on fire. Even torching a penny doesn't ignite it, it simply melts it. I think the reason the laser can ignite pennies is due to extreme local heating. The zinc that's being exposed to the laser is likely reaching its boiling point faster than it can transfer heat to the rest of the penny. Then the resultant jet of zinc vapor goes on to ignite on contact with air. At that point, the heat from combustion can sustain the flame for a bit even after the laser is removed. I think that explanation makes sense, at least. For the next experiment, let's see if the laser can make it all the way through an aluminum can.
I'm pretty sure this thing will burn through one side of the can, but to go all the way through,
I don't
that's what
think
I'm
the
not quite
second
so
side's
sure
gonna
about.
even be a challenge.
But let's give it a go.
Hey, Stink.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow, it was just instantly.
That's pretty much
This
exactly
thing keeps
what I
surprising
expected.
me. That's insane.
The last record breaker couldn't defeat an aluminum can either, so the increase in power is pretty obvious here. Let's see if the laser can open up this glass soda bottle.
Mm-hmm.
What could possibly go wrong? Oh my gosh!
All right.
Oh my gosh!
See, he is a mad scientist. This man is mad. Also, You mentioned the smell in his workshop must cause cancer. Well.
Hey guys.
he has insanely high testosterone levels and nobody knows why.
Oh, I'm so happy it exploded like that. Oh my gosh. It was like a glass balloon.
That was fun. Let's pop another one for good measure.
No, his name is Styro, of course.
Well, it's not exactly an ideal bottle opener there, but
Styro
that was pretty
Pyro.
cool. Now my shop is gonna smell like beer. I mean soda.
I wonder if the laser is strong enough to punch through drywall.
You're kidding me.
That's so dangerous.
Wow. It's white. You'd think that it would like reflect off all the light. That's bonkers. I would have never thought that that would be possible with a handheld laser.
This is what
That is
Cave Johnson was
ridiculous.
doing in the Portal series.
In the
by
early
way.
days of big pulse lasers, before there were precise methods of power measurement, lasers were measured in Gillettes. Now, this literally meant how many Gillette razor blades the laser could shoot through in one shot. Now, this kind of measurement doesn't translate to a laser that can operate continuously. But even so, I want to try shooting through some razor blades.
I even found some Gillette blades from the time period of early lasers to try this with.
You're gonna
All
take
right,
shelter,
moment
right?
of truth.
Nope.
Is the laser at least
Nope.
one Gillette? Let's
It's
find
not.
out.
That thing can
yeah.
shatter.
Not even a challenge.
It
That was
can't.
instantly. In fact, I want to see if I can actually cut this thing in half. Wow.
Yep. Now let's see how fast it can punch through 5 blades in a row.
All right, here we go. Jeez. That is so wild.
This is a
Wow, that's
handheld
terrifying,
device.
honestly.
The way to make the Gillette measurement make sense with my laser is to convert it into a rate, essentially going from units of energy to power. Since the laser burned through 5 blades in 0.9 seconds, I can say the laser has a strength of about 5.5 Gillettes per second. Let's try a utility blade that's more than 6 times thicker than the Gillette.
You couldn't
No
murder
problem there.
somebody, but you can cause
Considering how
serious
fast the laser can
damage to
melt holes in
everybody's
these
skin
razor
and
blades,
eyes.
now I'm going to try
it would
welding
be
2 of them together.
horrible.
All right, time to test out if it can, if this thing can weld. I can see it glowing and sparking. That's gonna be a good sign.
A body is very different.
Well,
He would
I
have to
melted
hold it there for a
through.
while,
I
and
don't know if I
people are
actually
not
welded
going to
it,
stay still. You know,
but
it's just
let's
gonna
take a
burn the
look
surface
there.
really bad, like very deep on the surface too.
It did. It actually welded it. No way. Look at that. It,
Yeah, but you have to hold it
actually
still.
welded that.
Like it's just
Now,
going to
if
be
anything,
moving
I should have
around.
moved faster just because
burning
where I
you.
held it too long, it burned all the way through. But it legitimately is
You
holding that
welded
together.
Let's see if the laser can melt through copper wire.
All right, here we go. Oh, it's melting. I think it's gonna work. Yes. Well, there it is. Wow. Well, this thing's really going toe to toe with a microwave. I would have never guessed that.
This seems like a stretch, but I'm going to try punching through this piece of
Those who are
titanium here.
aware of the
All
microwave.
right, let's see if this works.
Yeah, I liked the pattern too.
No way. What? It just shot through instantly. It shot a huge hole through it. Just instantly. That's insane. Now, titanium is not something
I'm
that
pretty
just
sure they
melts
abandoned
easily.
handheld
As a
lasers,
demonstration, I have this
but
torch here. So,
lasers in general, they
I
have
can-
some very scary
I can hold this
things.
here all day. It's not going to melt.
We've seen the
This one's
results
really
of them in
surprising to me.
California and Hawaii.
In my last video, I built a 20,000 watt microwave, and in one of the experiments I used it to make ruby. However, the setup was far from ideal. It was impossible to concentrate the energy, and my containers kept exploding. Thus, the rubies I did manage to make were pretty small. I'm going to see if the laser can do it better. The starting mix is the same as last time. Alumina powder with a couple percent chromia added, which I got from Nighthawk and Light's video on cooking up rubies in a home microwave oven.
Yeah, don't ask me about the name on that one. Alright, let's try cooking some ruby. Now it's sparking. I don't know if it's actually... Oh, it's so hot. It's just glowing so brightly through these goggles.
Are you talking about the video
Oh, wow.
that shows a fire starting?
It's so hot. Oh my gosh.
With some suspicious aerial phenomenon?
I had no
microwave
idea it was
ruby.
like just melting it so well. It's crazy. I think I just made a huge ruby too. No way. I can't believe it's gonna work this well. This laser just keeps surprising me. Oh, it melted like a big old glob. I think it like beat the daylights out of the microwave actually. I had no idea that it was cooking that well. And look, it just made an enormous, huge
Whoa.
ruby. What? That's crazy. It's huge. What? It just made this giant ruby. That is crazy. In fact, I'm gonna go ahead and give this guy a pluck.
Does he have a
Gosh,
side
it's
business now?
An enormous,
Knowing him, he would
enormous
never
ruby
profit
there.
from this, but he might
I'll clean
sell
that
them.
off and make another one.
Like,
here
just because
quick.
people will be amazed
This
by
turned
it.
out to be a really reliable method to make big rubies, and it blows the performance of the microwave out of the water. Even freehanding the laser produced bigger rubies than I was able to get via the microwave. I'm very impressed with the size of these. I've never offered merch before, but I don't think anything could beat laser-grown ruby as
I called it. I called it
my
the
first
merch.
product, so I made a few extra to offer my viewers. Check the link if you're interested. I'm curious whether white sand is reflective enough to resist
Hang
melting.
on, we have to follow the link. This is important. $35. Yep. This is how you know he's a good dude. This is how you know. 65? He made a lot of them. Wow. This one looks like a heart. You can see aortic valve.
in a laser beam.
Oh yeah, just instantly melting. Oh my gosh, it's so bright. Even through these goggles. Oh yeah. Wow, look at that stuff glow. And it's white too, like you'd expect it to just reflect it all away, but nope. It just melts straight through it. That's just bonkers, man.
Considering how well everything else has worked,
Thomas
I'm going to try
Hot
zapping
Baby.
tungsten wire. Now, as a reminder, tungsten has the highest melting point of the metallic elements.
This is crazy that I'm even going to try this one.
I think it's actually gonna work.
Oh my gosh. Oh, it's so close.
It's sizzling.
I don't know, man. I'm gonna have to get the focus better. Oh, it was close, but I think it was slightly out of focus. So I'm gonna move this back just slightly and try it again. Alright, I think I have it lined up better this time.
He has way too much faith in everything around him right now. He's not nearly protected enough.
Yes!
Yeah.
It worked! Oh my gosh, I cannot believe that. That is insane. I would have never expected this laser to go like toe to toe with a microwave. My
The Lord
goodness.
giveth me shelter.
That's crazy.
He's being a
It's
little
crazy.
The wire burned here instead of melted, but even so, that still takes some incredible temperatures. The only other extreme material I can think to test the laser against is diamond, so I picked up some synthetic diamond delays. I honestly don't know what to expect from these.
the diamond cutting
So
laser
by some
beam.
chance, can this thing burn through diamonds? Let's find out.
We are making diamond armor.
Oh, they're burning.
Oh,
they are absolutely burning there.
Those patterns are incredible.
I think one just exploded.
Dude. Dude. Dude.
They're burning. They're absolutely burning there.
It could have been lodged in him. This. They're burning. He's just popping off that they're on fire.
Oh, I think one just exploded. Wow. It actually lit a diamond on fire. Wow. That's amazing.
I guess it shouldn't be so surprising that diamonds burn, considering they're just carbon, but it still takes a very hot temperature to ignite them, and they reflect a large portion of the laser light anyway. In fact, the diamond reflections are particularly scary, since the crystals reflect intact portions of the beam and result in a terrifying disco ball of insta-blindness. My goggles protect my eyes just fine, but I'm glad none of the beamlets hit my cameras, as I'd hate to destroy all my cameras again.
Oh, that's interesting how it like changed allotropes there. It turned to like amorphous carbon there in the center, and you can still see some, unlaced
He really is just
diamonds there on
one
the
step
side.
from the most comically evil
That's
supervillain.
Weird. That must have got really hot. I could see some of them burning too. I could see the sparks flying out. But yeah, it changed the allotrope.
Lithium coin cells aren't exactly as tough as diamonds, but they turned out to be a lot of fun to zap.
Why?
Their metallic lithium content makes them quite pyrotechnic when they fail.
Why is your hand here?
Heck.
Interestingly, the effect depends on which side is hit by the laser. Blazing the positive side is what gives a rocket-like effect, with flames colored red from lithium's atomic emission spectrum. Hitting the negative
I
side
love these smoke patterns in the beam.
with flames colored red from lithium's atomic emission spectrum. Hitting the negative side is what makes them pop more violently.
Heck. Oh, there's lithium burning on there. Oh boy.
One
Yeah,
of the
oh
batteries
boy.
even splattered some molten lithium on the
I
laser
saw it
lens.
burning.
Oopsies.
So I have an old style ping pong ball here.
Oops.
Now these old style ones are flammable because they're made out of nitrous cellulose. But the problem is it's hard to find those locally, so I have to order them online. But because I've bought these online, now I get sent this physical spam in the mail from Paddle Palace. It just sounds so bad. But I don't play ping pong ball. All I do is just blow these things up with lasers. So anyway, I'm gonna shoot through one with this huge laser here. And yeet.
Ooh, that was a nice double pop.
Yeah, just instantly. Typically, when I make videos about my lasers, I show you all the cool stuff.
The golden snitch. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Here's a free profile picture for you. On the house.
Instantly. Typically, when I make videos about my lasers, I show you all the cool stuff that they can do and leave out what they can't. But you know, some of the failures are even more interesting. So, what are some surprising things that this laser struggles with?
Burning a hole in a CD case is a classic demo for a powerful handheld laser. Going back to the archives, it shows that a 1-watt laser takes a few seconds to pull this off. So, does this laser do it 250 times faster? Nope, it's actually slower. What's going on? Sometimes there's a paradoxical effect with lasers, where increasing the power weakens its effects on materials. Flames, smoke, or even plasma from the laser hitting the target can absorb most of the laser light and protect the material beneath it. This effect is very prominent with pulsed lasers, and explains why this laser can pop craters into tungsten, even though it struggles to pop a balloon. The CD case immediately shot a jet of sooty fire when it was hit, and I think that played some protective effect. I've also noticed that some materials can become self-healing to an extent when more power is applied. For example, my laser welding system actually cuts steel faster with the power turned down. At full power, even when the beam does punch through, the hole tends to immediately close back up when the laser is turned off. The reasoning is that the higher power results in more molten material that can fill in gaps. I tried another CD case at roughly 10% power using the PWM feature. Sure enough, it burned through faster with less power. I then tried it at full power, but slightly out of the focal.
I wonder if it would be like faster if you had a fan blowing on it.
Focal point to lower the power density. Since it didn't catch on fire, the laser shot through almost immediately.
I always say that most problems in life can be solved with very powerful lasers. And although this may seem like an exception, the reality is that the problem will go away if you throw even more power at it. The issue is that more power isn't always possible, at least based on engineering constraints or even the current state of technology.
Mirrors also showed some self-healing effect. Ironically, it was the shiny part that burned, while the glass simply melted and prevented total burn-through.
Another surprisingly difficult task for the laser is igniting flammable liquids. For example, I've got this glass of butane here, and oh, look how angry that is. They're just like boiling away. Just the tiniest little spark is all it takes to turn this thing into a fireball.
You're doing this outside,
So,
right?
What happens if I shine the laser at it?
Nope, just on the floor.
Absolutely nothing. The thing about flammable liquids is that it's really their vapors that ignite. It's easy to imagine a laser as just a long-distance torch, but unlike a flame, the energy from a laser has to be converted to heat via absorption by a material. The problem with vapors is since they're transparent, they don't absorb light and thus they don't heat up. You can get around this with a laser many thousands of times more powerful, as at that point you can initiate a spark via the electric field. But for a laser like this, I have to cheat and add something else to burn that can then go on to ignite the liquid.
It's the top of the fire.
I figured that the plastic case of a lighter would provide enough flame to ignite the vapors released when it pops, but even this turned out to be a challenge.
Are you serious?
I eventually got one to go up in a nice fireball though.
Oh my gosh!
I did find that with this laser, I can just pour a flammable liquid on the floor and then ignite it by pointing the focused laser at it. I'm still cheating by heating the concrete to super high temperatures, but still my first handheld laser that can at least do this. It's crazy just how much power it takes to get to this point. What about snow and ice? One of my most common suggestions is to make a laser that can quickly melt snow off of driveways and sidewalks. But unfortunately, lasers suck at this. Snow is highly reflective, so most of the light bounces off instead of heating and melting it. The bigger reason, though, is that ice takes an enormous amount of energy to melt. Water is incredibly stubborn thermally, and in order to get it to change phases or even temperature, you have to dump in a ton of energy. My much bigger and stronger laser welder can slice through about anything, but when it comes to snow and ice, it hardly makes a dent. Yes, that's running at the full 2,000 watts there, yet its effect on the snow is barely noticeable. The full power only becomes apparent when I hit something other than snow with it. In fact, this laser will melt steel faster than ice of the same thickness. Funny how that works. Assuming perfect 100% light absorption and ice right at the melting point, my handheld blue laser could, in theory, melt 0.75 grams of ice per second, or basically 1 ice cube per minute. This is a great example of how lasers aren't impressive for their raw power, but instead excel in power density.
Since I'm claiming that this is the most powerful handheld laser in the world, I need to make some clarifications. So by handheld, I mean something that can be, comfortably held in one hand and also has its own enclosed power source.
So an example of something that wouldn't count towards this would be my laser bazooka. It's portable, but way too big to be considered a handheld. It also sucks. Another example would be my laser welding and cleaning machine. Yeah, the output is fed through a handle, but it's tethered to a 400-pound machine that doesn't even have its own power source. So no, that's not handheld either.
Another important distinction when I'm talking about the most powerful laser is I'm referring to CW, or continuous operation. Pulse lasers can achieve far higher peak powers, but only for a tiny fraction of a second. And in general, they're much less destructive than CW lasers.
For example, this laser I built nearly a decade ago achieves higher peak powers than what I showed in this video, but only for billionths of a second. Overall, it's a much weaker laser.
Now, funny story, I was actually contacted by a very large record book company about the original record breaker, but I didn't pursue it because it involved having the power verified by 2 independent sources. Now, don't get me wrong, this is a very reasonable expectation, but it's actually kind of hard to pull off. So a laser power meter that can measure hundreds of watts is expensive, and it's just not something that's like commonly encountered. So only a few companies and universities are going to have something like that. But the bigger issue is that most people that work with big lasers for their career aren't going to want to be near lasers like this. Like, it's easy for me to get desensitized to this kind of stuff, but no, this is a psychotic project. And I can only imagine the aneurysms that OSHA and lab safety would have over these things. And even if I did find 2 people willing to test this laser for me, it's not like I can ship it or take it on a plane with me. It would have to be within driving distance. And because where I live isn't exactly the mecca of photonics, looks like you're probably just going to have to take my word for it for the time being.
He just needs a special
Earlier I said that this thing is
escort.
50,000 times over the legal limit for a laser pointer. So, does that mean I'm going to jail for making it? Nope. So the cool thing about US laser law is that limit only applies to the sale and import. So there's nothing stopping me from making death rays in the comfort of my own home. Now, of course, I can't go out and sell this thing or play with it in a park, but I can show it off on a YouTube video.
One additional point I should add is that the US laser pointer limit of 5 milliwatts is actually...
Work for Lockheed. Look where this guy lives. Why would you ever give this up to go work for some military or something? This dude's just having fun and loving life.
quite lax compared to the rest of the world. Canada, Australia, and most of Europe set the limit to 1 milliwatt. So if you're in one of those places, my laser is actually 250,000 times stronger than anything you can buy. Now personally, I think 1 milliwatt is too restrictive, since that's hard to see in a well-lit room. Besides, even at 5 milliwatts, the data shows that our blink reflex is fast enough to prevent eye damage from a direct hit.
One final point
now
I want to cover is
movie
safety.
plot.
So my more recent videos have dealt with projects so extreme that I haven't even bothered with the whole don't try this at home bit, just because honestly, this kind of stuff is beyond what can be replicated without specialized tools or equipment. And yes, this laser is so far off the laser danger rating scale that its eye hazards are incomprehensible. However, that's not what I want to talk about with this bit. I want to talk about handheld lasers that you can buy online.
If you have a laser that looks like any of these, chances are that it's quite a bit over the legal power limit and can cause permanent eye damage from even an indirect reflection. A laser doesn't have to be record-breaking to obliterate your retinas if misused. I realize this warning may seem ironic coming from me, but laser eye injuries are unfortunately very common today. I've covered this topic more in depth in some previous videos, but the gist is, tread very carefully with lasers bought online.
Now I have to say, I'm glad to finally finish this project and put it behind me because it felt like every single part just took way longer than expected. So a big thank you to all my channel members and Patreon supporters for sticking it out. And really for
anybody watching. This man's fondness of animals and their comfortability near him is not a green flag. Okay, it could either be a green flag or a red flag. Just saying.
for making projects like this possible. And I also want to give a big thank you to Opera for sponsoring this video. I've been using Opera for a while now, and it's the fastest browser I've ever used. On the surface, it simply loads pages quickly. Where it stands out is in its time-saving and productivity-enhancing features.
For example, my favorite feature is Tab Islands. It's crazy how quickly a browsing sesh can lead to 30 open tabs, and tab islands make it easy to revisit those tabs by grouping them by topic. I find this to be super useful when researching for my projects, since they neatly expand and collapse. Plus, tab traces make it even easier to find my most recently visited tabs, thanks to a subtle underline. The more recent the tab, the darker the underline. I also love the split screen feature because it allows me to open 2 pages in the same window. This is useful for all sorts of scenarios, like cross-referencing schematics, fact-checking articles, and comparing videos. It simply activates by dragging the tab down. The sidebar is great because it allows me to quickly access my various socials, and in particular, it also contains an in-browser player. I can listen to music on 6 different streaming services without interrupting my browsing, since pausing or skipping a song is as easy as hovering over the player button. I can even detach the player and move it anywhere, including outside the browser window. Opera allows me to customize my entire browsing experience with dynamic themes.
No, Tomo's right.
These go beyond a simple light or dark mode by tailoring my browser to fit my mood. The integrated AI Aria is super useful as well.
The squirrel's obviously
I can
his friend
instantly bring up
because
the
of
command line with a shortcut,
steady stream
then have
of
it summarize
fruit.
pages, generate and interpret images, and answer questions.
Oh, the squirrel. He did a squirrel.
Then have it summarize pages, generate and
Generate an image of a cute fox squirrel doing chemistry experiments.
interpret images, and answer questions I have.
He's
So yeah,
definitely
if
fed
you're
it
wanting
more
a
than
faster,
once.
more productive, and customizable browser,
Understatement.
you should give Opera a try and click the link in the description.
Thank you again to Opera for sponsoring this video. Well, until the next time, stay safe and happy lazing.
The squirrel is a plant? No, the squirrel is a mammal. Styropyro, everybody. I have to pee. I just had to find some content for you while I'm gone. Here you go. I'll be right back.
Game as I've been holding it down since Halo. This is dedicated to the game as I've been holding it down since Halo 1.
Then you have no chance to survive. Make your time.
Welcome to HD. Yeah. Yeah, it's T-Bag in the motherfucking house. Representing my gamers with the 360 skills. Dropping crazy sticks on your ass, bitch. Step to me, I have you crying hacks. Brick your shit. Cause you a red ring of death. What? Gamers that talk shit, get on real quick. What, you can't handle me? Then you better go play with your Wii. Kirby playing bullshit. Wario and all that shit. It's me! Fuck that bullshit. Let's go. Get the fuck out of here, bitch. Alright, check it. All you PC gamers out there with your keyboards, your little mousey pads, huh? You wanna click the mouse? Fuck that shit. Dual analog, bitch. Oh, shit. Shoddy snipers again.
Oh, shit. Guy got me again, man. Lucky motherfucker. Shit, what the fuck is you in my car? Is it balls? It's balls, motherfucker. Get that motherfucker. Look at balls, motherfucker.
Pull them up, son. 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 Spike them all on rifle stick. No matter what, I usually go down real quick. Spike them all on rifle stick. No matter what, I usually go down real quick. It goes up, down, left, right. Silly code to me, you trying to get more life. I thought you knew I'm the best around the city. It's a pity that I'm witty and pretty shitty. I'm T-Bag, see, I come in no black, no sugar, no cream. I'm the motherfucking Halo king on this planet. My nuts in your face, you be screaming, God damn it. I'ma whoop your ass on your own birthday, the worst day. Dehydrate you, you thirsty. I'm so sick at this game I cough. I play for the win, you play for the loss.
As of midnight, about 10,000 stores put the heavily hyped Halo on sale.
Halo 3 embodies our vision for the future of entertainment.
How many gamers are ready to lose? Don't need no ammo, shut you up with my sword. How many gamers are ready to lose? I did my second in motherfucking eye. In my warthog, your life is short, dog. Cause your history, my talent's a mystery. You think you're Master Chief? Well, let me make it brief. Cause round here, son, T-Bag is number one. Red or blue, don't matter who. My balls is coming for you. This is Team Slayer, you better say a prayer. You suck, motherfucker, go back to single player. From the CGS to the MLG, IPONE and double OB. Cause it don't matter if I never heard of ya. Fuck Jack Thompson, it's fun to murder ya.
The game is a futuristic drama about hostile aliens. Having conquered the software industry, Microsoft now has a firm foothold in the entertainment business.
How many gamers are ready to lose? Don't need no ammo, shut you up with my sword. How many gamers are ready to lose? I did my second in motherfucking eye. Yeah, you man enough to face the untouchable, impregnable Terrence Brown. Left, dip, T-Bag, 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 left, dip,
Iconic. Classic. Now you want to watch Red versus Blue? Do it. I used to love Arby and the Chief. What great characters they are. I don't think I would be allowed to watch on Twitch, though. They have some jokes in Arby and the Chief that are not that are not friendly in terms of service. such a worn down thing we fake. Who would do that? Keep wiggling as the PSO away. Ba-da-da-da! That thing is so gross. Give it a bath. Give it a bath in alcohol. How is the shell not original? I feel like that's a fake thing put in an original shell. But I guess not. What a weird fake console. Interesting. You made the physical cartridges or like the games themselves? Soviet copy. I guess that would explain why it's so high quality for something that's not official. Mm-hmm. Games are universal. It's very dirty. What an asshole indeed, Toma. There's some things that you just don't do to people, and that's one of them. It's not like a garden hose. I have to go on a detour because of the conversation.
Alright, so we were watching Burn Notice the other day, and we saw them where they had a compressed air and a hammer and a lock here, and knocked the lock off by freezing it off, and now we're going to try that. So let's try that. Damn, that's cold.
Nice. Snow coming out.
I know. Alright. Alright, it's like...
You see that? This shit. You don't spray this on someone. You don't do that.
really cold. How far do you think it should go, Josh?
No idea, but it's starting to look pretty good.
Alright, it's going like everywhere. Oh, I'm out. Get this.
Knock that crap off.
It's flash frozen. You can see the vapor.
Get this.
Knock that crap off. Nice.
Oh!
Great success.
Burn Notice works.
Nice job. I like this.
I like this. Classic. The experience is classic. I've never seen that video before. Yeah, I've seen Lockpicking Lawyer. What a great citizen that guy is. Grody. Brushy, 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 brushy. Brush your teeth, everybody, and don't forget to floss. Ooh. This is intimate. Sometimes I say things and I want to mute the microphone forever. Ooh, the Doctor's Brew. No! No! Yeah, the Doctor. It's a recurring character on Tinkering. Usually for cleaning parts, but the Doctor has many professions. I guess he's not doing that, Toma, because this isn't like an official thing. Like, I've noticed that he is treating this console differently than everything else I've seen him do. Like when he was debugging the ribbon cable before even cleaning it, that is not how Odd Tinkering operates. That ain't normal. He always cleans first. My collection. Yeah. You better brush the doctor's teeth. This is my favorite part of modding controllers and cleaning stuff. Just in general, breaking something down and cleaning the shell. I love doing that. Don't forget the doctor! I got a nice brush kit from Amazon for like $5. They're basically just like glorified big toothbrushes, but thicker. That looks nice now. They went to salons. You just go get a manicure or a pedicure. Squeaky clean. Nice. I'm pretty positive it's just gonna work right off the bat. It doesn't look bad to break this down and clean it and repair it. This actually looks like a pretty well put together system. Even the fake version. You need to Dremel it for putting a new port on it or something? Weird to screw down. Might need the multimeter again. One lead on the doctor. Ruined. Honestly, ruined. There's no knowledge that is not power. Ain't that some Sega audio? Those drums. The tooth synthesizer. Wow. Excuse me. Excuse me. That's not an R.
Sonya wins. Round 2, fight.
It's one letter off of a very interesting sentence. You doing something else? You just playing? He's just playing. Alright. Oh yeah, off-brand, so typo. That makes sense. Button mashing. You're button mashing. You gotta call it out. Was that a guard break animation? Just full balance lost. Well, now I have to watch this video.
Ping pong. Ping pong.
That's like perfection. One of the greatest things that humanity has ever done. Kathy's house.
リロリロリロリロリロン。あたしキャッシー、よろしくね。ここは私の家。素敵な部屋でしょう。このテーブルも椅子もすごく可愛いでしょ。これは全部私の宝物なの。だから大事にしているのよ。みんなよろしくね。それから私はこの家でルーシーと一緒に住んでいるのよ。ルーシー、ルーシー。はーい、私ルーシー、よろしくね。ルーシー、朝ごはんの用意まだ？
They're not jumping up and down enough.
ルーシー、私お腹が空いた
You
わ。
gotta make them jump up and down. I guess that would have been exhausting though.
えい、ほら、朝ごはんよ。キャー、ルーシー、美味しそうだわ。早く食べましょう。いただきます。キャッシー、トイレに行きたくなったわ。ダメよ、ルーシー。食事中にトイレに行くなんてとても下品だわ。私我慢できないのよ、キャッシー。お願い。ダメだったらダメよ。立ち上がってキックよ。えい、痛い。なんてことするの、ルーシー。私の大事な綺麗な足に傷がついたわ。
This delivery is actually great.
のよ、キャッシー。お願い。ダメだったらダメよ。立ち上がってキックよ。えい、痛い。なんてことするの、ルーシー。私の大事な綺麗な足に傷がついたわ。おまけに私の大事な綺麗な椅子にも傷がついたわ。ごめんなさい、キャッシー。勢い余ったわ。私許せない。えい、なんてことするの、キャッシー。ひどいわ。えい、えい、えい、えい。このパンチパンチパンチパンチパンチパンチパンチチョップチョップチョップチョップチョップチョップダーン。おかえり、ルーシー。今日は遅かったわね。お買い物してたのよ、キャッシー。晩ご飯の支度はまだ？ごめんなさいね、遅くなって。これから支度するね。早く。
I think part of why it creeps you out, Dark Fells, is because, like, dolls have unchanging expressions and they're really committed to just being dolls.
してよ、私お腹が空いたのよ。早く作ってよ。キャッシー、あなたお腹が空いてばっかりね。いい加減にしないと逮捕するわよ。キャー、ルーシー、どうして私を逮捕するの？署まで来てもらおう。私は無実よ。何もしてないわ。そこに座れ。はーい。でーん、痛い。バーン、ギャーン、ガーン。
The story is cooked though.
今日はお客様が来るのよ。え、誰が来るの？それは内緒。教えてよ、教えてよ、キャッシーたら。ピンポン。こんにちは。私です。
Thomas says, after that one, I have more. Hang on, let's just see what more is. Who is that? I know this person. I think I know both of them. I don't think I will. I don't think you will. This is a pretty good shit post. Very high effort. Her expressions. She's really rethinking life decisions or something. I don't know. What does it say? It's from this? I'm going to guess in the late 2000s.
日常生活に役立つ英会話ワンポイントレッスンです。メモのご用意はよろしいですか？今日はとてもシンプルです。You're so good。意味はあなたすごすぎるです。こういう時に使いましょう。
Yes. Come on, Toshi. Toshi, come on. Come on, Toshi. That was actually my username for a long time. Come on, Toshi. Okay, this actually looks cursed to my untrained eyes. Toma.
Mikey, because you've not been doing well at school recently, we've decided to hire you a tutor.
What? That's the first I've heard of it.
You didn't tell me either.
What kind of teacher is he, Mom?
That's right. It would be very interesting to know what kind of teacher he is.
She's a sweet young lady, Mikey.
If you're going to have satisfactory private lessons, you certainly want to take them from a sweet young lady.
Who asked for your opinion?
Quite right, honey. Here she is.
Here she is.
Hi, I'm Tracy, the tutor.
You're a very pretty and sexy tutor.
Nice to meet you. I'm James, and I'm Mikey's father.
So you're this cute boy's daddy.
I'm James, and I am indeed the daddy of this cute boy.
I wish you'd stop drooling, honey.
Nice to meet you. I'm Mikey.
Okay, Mikey, let's go get it on.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it really necessary to flaunt sexuality like that? You know, I'm worried.
Me too, honey. It's the kind of worry that could keep me up all night.
Okay, let's rock and roll. Take out your math notebook and solve this problem.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh!
What?
I've got a ladder in my pantyhose. Don't worry, just keep on studying.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh!
What?
The buttons on my skirt came off.
Eh?
You should be able to solve a problem like that in a jiffy.
Yes, ma'am.
Toma, what
It's too hot in this room. Do you mind
Toma,
if I
what
take
did you
some
link?
clothes off?
What?
You get distracted too easily.
Toma, you know this is a
and I
live
can't
stream, right?
Concentrate.
But you keep disturbing me. What, ma'am?
Let's stop studying and do something more interesting.
What?
I'm sure that's what's happening, honey.
We've got to put a stop to this before things get really out of hand.
Just what do you two think you're doing?
I'm teaching him something I thought would be fun.
Tracy was teaching me how to make origami.
Oh, I've just made some tea for you, Tracy.
And, I've just carried the tray up.
Mikey seems to be very good at everything, and I'm not just talking about math.
Oh, well, thank you very much.
I'm pretty good at everything, too. And you know, I'm not just talking about math.
That is quite enough of that, honey.
It was all about the coke, man. Santa had us elves hide the blow in the crappy wooden toys. Then he'd make the drop. And the sale was complete. Oh. He tried using some different ways to sneak the product in. You ever see a Yeti when a dozen condoms of coke burst in his belly? It's a bad scene, man.
Flush. And usually a different flavor each summer.
I don't want to be scratched.
Sex weekly for 5 months. That's like...
This isn't ASMR, you're just talking.
Mitchell, I am using a Shure SM7B. It's a dynamic microphone intended for vocal recording.
Lily does the best ASMR. I don't even like ASMR. I feel like I've been forced into exploring the category because people say I should do ASMR. Okay, now we have to watch a video
Check this
essay.
out. This is a flower in the game The Legend of Zelda Wind Waker. And if I dump some
Video essays is like, that's what YouTube is now, so we have to do this.
water on it, now it's going to die. The reason it's going to die is because the only water on this whole island that's available to water this plant is...
You have a swap? Hang on. Darkfells is requesting a swap. This has never been done in the history of live streaming. Interesting swap. Let's let it play out.
Hi, I'm your host, Master Chief, and today I'll be reviewing this piece of shit. First of all, I'd just like to remind Nintendo that people doesn't pass 3 hands. Unless I'm supposed to suck on one of these or stick it up my ass. Right off the bat's the first thing you'll notice is the incredibly shitty graphics. Quite frankly, this is such bad graphics I've ever seen. Even for the 80s, they could really be tightened up a bit. When you get to the main menu, you'll also notice a lack of online multiplayer and DLC. Really, Nintendo? Really? Really? No deathmatch? Capture the ocarina? Not even some extra tunics? Couple 100 points a pop?
Please don't actually do that, Nintendo. I'm begging you.
Shut up, Arbiter. Nobody cares about your opinions when I'm giving the truth right here, son. Someone has to. Funk. Someone else had to make multiplayer Zelda because Nintendo was too goddamn lazy. It's just a mod for some shitty old game, though. Unfortunately, all we're stuck with on this big ugly cartridge is a very unsatisfying single-player champagne. I'm probably making all the Nintendorks rage, but they're also cool with playing as a young boy in a tiny
Hang on. Hang on.
dress. You gonna trust me or a bunch of child-hungry pedestrians? Good. Moving on. After an infinite cutscene, we finally take control of Zelda. Or at least as close to control as you can get with this Fisher-Price abortion. Your first mission is to run around stealing money from the other children's. What a great message to send out to an entire generator of kids. Can't afford weapons, go out and steal a bunch of shit. Way to spawn an army of melons.
Felons.
Oops, don't know where I got melons from all. Oh yeah, your mom.
God damn it, Chief. Enough.
It's also worth noting that there's no guns or grenades in this game. Actually, most of the time the game forces you to walk up to people and talk to them. If I want to talk to people, I'll get Skypes or MSN. Excuse me, Nintendo, but I play video games to be entertained. How do I cut their goddamn heads off? You
So
get a sword
true.
and nuke a shield near the
So
beginning,
true.
but the shield's a piece of shit that burns up immediately if you're attacked by fires. Fortunately, you get the Hyman shield later on that can't get broke.
The Hyman shield, yes. This art form is actually dead, isn't it? Like, speaking. Like, this is actually a dead art form. Already.
Shield's a piece of shit that burns up immediately if you're attacked by fires. Fortunately, you get the Hyman shield later on that can't get broke.
Oh, what's this? Looks like we've got some hypermail.
Didn't we set up that account like months ago?
Holy shit. Would you just look at all this hypermail? I'd just like to say we're grateful to all our fans who watch the show or have sent us mail. We're gonna try and catch up a little bit here, starting with the earliest ones.
No, not fan mail, no.
This one's from Jesse.
I hope I'm not in here.
Can we have sex?
Boy or girl?
Not sure.
Fuck it. Next one. Can I have sex with Chief? Thanks, Julian.
Why does everyone want to have sex with us? This is creepy.
Is Julian a chick name?
I don't think so.
God damn it.
Here's one from Dave Rick. Dear Arbiter, why is Chief always getting himself hurt? It would be a shame if there was a huge mess of Master Chief bits laying around. I don't know, that sounds pretty sweet to me, Rick.
From Enrico. Hey guys, I was wondering which is the most scary game of all time. Ocarina of Time because of how bad it is.
I'd say Amnesia. Or Eternal Darkness. Or Silent Hill.
Yes, Arbiter, you know game names. You want a fucking biscuit? Anyway, speaking of Ocarina of Time, it's time to finish off my review.
The
Let's go, guys.
cinematography. The cinematography.
Anyway, speaking of
Just imagine that you're the one filming this, okay? Imagine, you're a visionary.
Speaking of Ocarina of Time, it's time to finish off my review. Let's go, guys, to the Rafflecopter. Clean this shit up. Swah, 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 swah,
For future episodes, you can email us at the written address for a chance to have your message read out on the show.
Chicks only.
All are welcome.
Anyway, after you save Count Dooku, who fucking
Holy
died
shit,
right
we're
after
retarded.
anyway, you leave Copier Forest and your girly friend Sarah, who's still not in the kitchen, to go collect some rocks. But before you can even do that, you better get ready for a chronic case of irritable bowel syndrome. Raffle.
I gave him that one.
Shut up. Once you
If I remember correctly, if you entered soy 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 into the speech to text, it would actually say soy soy soy. But if you capitalized it, that's what made it go schwa schwa schwa. That was just a little tidbit.
leaves to choke on some dicks, you get to see just how bad the graphics are in this game. Hyman Field is flatter than Arbiter's mother.
My Rafflecopter goes.
Hyman Castle isn't much better, looking like a kid's cardboard cutout. There's no cars either. You get a horsey, but you can't even use him till like halfway through the game when you're Big Zelda.
Hang on. This is a real, legitimate criticism. Chief? Chief, good job. Good job.
Once you kill Rex and Jabba the Jabba's testicles and get their rocks off, then you take them to the Church of Time to get a better gun. Then you find out the evil Gyarados has busted Hyman up real bad and you has to go kick his ass.
Mm-hmm.
At this point you can go get your horsey if you want, but he's doing time and you gotta race Luigi for an hour to bust him out of horse jail.
True, true.
Once you're out you can put carrots in his ass by mashing as
Hang
fast
on.
as you can, but if you put him too many he gets pissed off. Which is fucking retarded since it slows the game down. You should be able to make your horsey run constantly. Know what I mean? And from here you just kill a bunch more lame ass bosses and collect the 5 secret frisbees, then you can go slay Doritos once and for all. Could this game be any more fucking linear? How about some variety? Some incoming anime.
You know, this horse thing, now that I'm actually thinking about it, like way later, this carrot thing must have been like specifically for racing, and they just left it in for the overworld. Like, they really didn't have to do that, did they? It's just like a racing mechanic.
You once and for all. Could this game be any more fucking linear? How about some variety? Some incoming anime phantoms? And last but not least, the graphics. They're fucking terrible.
They kept that mechanic in
conclusions,
future
On a
games.
scale of -1 to -10 out of 10 I give Ocarinas of Time a -11. Zillion. This is the worst game I've ever played in my entire life. Problem Nintendorks. Back to you, Arbiter.
Problem?
Thanks, Chief.
Just for a little bit though, cause remember I'm Ghost. Remember? I'll remember, Arbiter. You remember now?
We've reached the end of our first episode of Hypernews anyway, Chief.
We're warping back.
Afraid so.
About fucking time. I need me some reach.
The time machine.
We hope you enjoyed the show. It's been fun. But alas, we can't live in the past forever. No reason we can't come back next episode though. And Chief and I hope you'll come with.
We do ask, however, that you provide your credit card information next episode.
Shut up, Chief. Ready, guys? Remember, maintain eye contact. And activate.
Activate. Activate. God damn it.
I'm out of here.
That's cinematic excellence. I remember a time on the internet where those episodes releasing was like the biggest news in online gaming, in a way. It's his birthday. Happy birthday, John. Okay, since I mentioned it, we'll watch a few seconds of his stream.
Front 2.
Okay.
Was there...
What's this, Toma? ASMR? I don't know if I want to click play. I actually really don't like listening to heartbeats, so... yeah. It actually gives me a lot of anxiety.
A plastic soda bottle begins with this tube called a preform.
I actually don't like
Created by
Scott the Was
injection
either.
molding. The preform is heated enough to become flexible, but not hot enough to melt. Then a blast of air inflates the preform into a bottle. This isn't a very good-looking bottle, but notice that the preform inflates into the cylindrical shape by design. Its walls are thin at the top, tapering to a thicker sides and bottom. To create
I
a
definitely
perfectly
don't
shaped
hate
bottle,
him.
you need to inflate the bottle in a mold like this. An intense blast of air creates the bottle in the blink of an eye. To see the steps, let's slow things down. In the mold, a rod enters the preform, and a blast of air at about 100 pounds per square inch starts to inflate the preform. In a fraction of a second, the blast forms a bubble a third to a halfway down the preform, just enough so that the bubble almost reaches the mold's wall. Next, as the stretching rod races to the bottom of the mold, a blast of air at 480 pounds per square inch transforms that bubble in 2/100ths of a second into a fully formed bottle. Generating the air for this process is so significant that other than the cost of making the plastic preform, the energy to create the air is the largest cost. Of course, this inflation of a preform is a quick way to make a bottle, always something desired in manufacturing, but it does more than that. Stretching the plastic is central to the masterful engineering of the plastic soda bottle. The stretching imparts to the bottle its strength. And that's surprising because the bottle feels flimsy, especially if we compare it to its predecessor, the mighty glass bottle from the early 1970s. It weighs nearly 1,500 grams.
It's important that I say this. Glass bottles, like, they're in a different realm than plastic bottles in terms of how good they are. Like, these are not comparable receptacles.
Compared to a mere 42 grams for the plastic bottle. Yet, engineers designed the plastic bottle to be strong enough. They designed a soda-filled bottle to drop from 2 meters onto a concrete floor and neither burst nor deform, so that after this drop, the bottle would be able...
It tastes better, it looks better, it feels better. You can actually clean it and reuse it, repurpose it in actually useful ways.
To stand upright. Part of that strength comes from inflating the preform, because that creates a bottle without seams, which would burst open if the bottle were dropped. Also, the bottle must be strong enough so the pressure of the carbon dioxide in the
Glass
soda
makes
doesn't
good
distort
piss
the bottle.
jars for streamers.
Recall that in the bottle, gaseous carbon dioxide is held under a pressure of about 70
I guess
psi,
you can't hear the
so
stream
that it
hitting
will
the
dissolve
wall
the soda.
of the
That's about the
bottle.
pressure in a typical bicycle tire. That strength, that resistance to bursting, is created at the molecular level by the inflation of the preform. This bottle is made from a plastic called PET, polyethylene terephthalate. It forms very long chains of molecules called polymers, composed of atoms of carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen.
Piss bottles
The
are
preform is a
normal.
tangle of these long chains, but when the preform is stretched by a blast of air into a bottle, these coiled molecules become straight, which results in regions where the polymer chains align in the direction of stretch. In the sidewall of the bottle, about 25% of the plastic consists of these crystalline patches. Importantly,
Interesting.
they are aligned in 2 directions, lengthwise, the axial direction, or along the circumference, called the hoop direction. This alignment increases the strength of the bottle. Note that this alignment...
So basically, what was going through my head here is that after you depressurize and use a bottle, it's a lot weaker, flimsier. And I was thinking that if you just like heat it up slightly, like in an oven or something, it'll become strong again and you can just keep on shrinking the bottle. But that probably releases some kind of chemicals, I don't know.
This alignment increases the strength of the bottle. Note that this alignment with stretching to increase strength is the principal reason to choose PET for this bottle. To see how uniquely strong the plastic
shouldn't be
soda bottle
smoking.
is in containing that pressure, look at how soda deforms a plastic milk jug, which is made from a different plastic, high-density polyethylene, abbreviated HDPE. As this time lapse shows, pressure from the carbon dioxide in the soda deforms the bottom, so the jug no longer sits flat. Also, this alignment of the molecules, this crystallization of some of the bottle's wall caused by the stretching, helps to overcome a deficiency of the plastic bottle compared to a glass bottle. The glass bottle is far superior to most plastics because its glass walls don't allow carbon dioxide to leak. But stretching the PET to create those crystalline sections packs the polymer chains tightly together, which decreases the leakage dramatically. Now, the plastic isn't nearly as good as glass, but it's good enough. A 2-liter bottle will lose about 15% of its carbonation in 26
Hang
weeks.
on. Are you taking paychecks from Big Plastic? You're phrasing in the script. Who sponsored this? Who gave you money?
Weeks, at which point the manufacturer would declare its shelf life over, the soda no longer to be sold. Well, the type of plastic and how it's stretched is key. The shape of the container is equally important.
He's bought off by
Notice
Big
the
Plastic.
bottle's shape at the top. It's close to hemispherical.
There's
This
no way
distributes
it's
the
just his
pressure from the
opinion.
dissolved carbon dioxide evenly across the wall, which allows less plastic to be used than if it had sharp edges, which would need to be thick to contain the pressure. This hemispherical shape was also used at the bottom of the first 2-liter bottles, those from the 1970s. It was covered, though, by a cap so the bottle could sit on a table.
No cap?
This cap, though, was costly because it increased the time to assemble the bottle and used a lot of plastic because it was thick. Today, the solution is this pedaloid bottom, pedaloid meaning like a flower. It is generally hemisphere-shaped, or composed of many curves, many hemispheres, if you will, so no sharp edges. These curves form a set of legs so the bottle can rest.
I will say, the pedaloid pattern is awesome. Glass bottles don't really have shit on this. They have ribs, they have ridges. They don't got pedaloids.
So no sharp edges. These curves form a set of legs so the bottle can rest on a surface. Next, let's look at the neck of the bottle. First, notice this lip at the base of the neck. It's there to hold the preform in the mold. Just above this is a beveled lip. This is to retain the tamper-proof ring. It's lightly attached to the cap in a few places. When you remove the cap, the tamper ring detaches to indicate the bottle's been opened. Looking inside, we see how it works. The ring has a clasp that catches on the lip. To show how it works, I've highlighted the clasp with a red marker. When the cap is first screwed on, the beveled lip presses the clasp against itself, and once it slides past the lip, the clasp
Yeah, a lot
snaps
of
open
manufacturing
and catches.
companies don't know how to get it right.
Next,
The tamper
notice the
rings.
threads at the top. They're not continuous. There's a small section removed. This lets the carbon dioxide escape when the bottle is opened. Otherwise, the bottle's cap could become a projectile. The neck is the result of intensive engineering. Prior to about 2007, it was this size. Now it's 4 millimeters shorter and a little thinner. And the newer cap has 2 threads instead of 3. It takes 1.8 revolutions to affix it, whereas before...
You can still make a projectile out of it. I guess I'll go back to the diagram. You just have to unscrew the cap slightly. And then pressure will make it shoot off. But it's not going to be pressure from the carbonation. You can just fill it with air really fast. And then squeeze the bottle and shoot the cap.
Intensive engineering. Prior to about 2007, it was this size. Now it's 4 millimeters shorter.
I got that practice banned in my school. You were not allowed to shoot bottle caps because of me.
A little thinner. And the newer cap has 2 threads instead of 3. It takes 1.8 revolutions to affix it, whereas before it took 2 revolutions. Perhaps this seems trivial, but these changes shave some 2 grams of plastic from the bottle, which seems tiny, but over millions and millions of bottles, that small change adds up. There's no magic here. This is trial and error. They reduce the neck of it.
He is paid off. He has been bought off. I know it.
didn't test thoroughly,
I know
subjecting the cap bottle to demanding tests that it must pass.
We reduce the plastic. No, that's not magic.
Engineers attach the cap, then pressurize the bottle to 100
Okay,
psi.
engineer guy.
They heat a bottle and place a weight on the top. To pass the test, no gas may vent. They chill the bottle, then slowly unscrew the caps to find the maximum torque needed to detach it from the tamper-proof ring. Engineers subject capped bottles to cycles of temperature. During this test, the cap must stay on the bottle. If a new neck passes all these tests and more, then
Actual
it can
thought
be put into
process.
production. Now, there are many things a 2-liter soda bottle can do, but here's something it doesn't do well. Fill it with hot water, and the plastic softens until the bottle nearly collapses.
Yeah, just do this on purpose. That makes the bottle stronger.
Yet, since its introduction as a soda bottle, the PET bottle has expanded to other beverages which must be filled at 80 to 95 degrees Celsius to sterilize the bottles, like sports drinks, juices, or what the industry calls new age beverages. Note that a soda bottle doesn't need to be sterile because the high carbonation levels kill any bacteria. Watch as I fill a sports drink bottle, hot fill bottle with boiling water.
It's not broken anymore?
It's not broken anymore. I fixed everything. I'm allowed to have food and sleep, man.
I was hoping that you already ate.
The what?
After 7, this many.
7.
It's 44 technically.
The 4-4, yeah.
Yeah.
I know that guy.
Who?
The what now?
Yeah. Peace offering.
Oh. You sure that's not a piss offering? But Bumbler likes his pee balloons.
I won't assume. I assume the best of Bumbler always.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to have some cheese and crackers and ham, and then I'm going.
That sounds good to me, except for the fact that it's not really food that you're eating.
It's got the carbs and the protein and the cheese. That's all that food is.
Sugar?
That's not food.
You're right. I offered to cook food for Patrick twice between 11 p.m. and now. And his response is, I'm not allowed to eat food because there is a bug that needs fixing. And so the second time, I tried to get around that restriction by just asking, are you hungry? And he said no, so I try to get him to eat food.
Water. Notice that the bottle doesn't collapse. The PET plastic in this bottle was heated in the mold a little longer than a bottle used for soda, which created more of those crystalline patches on the wall, and so the bottle is more resistant to heat. Still, the bottle changes shape, which is best seen in the cooling of a capped bottle. When the capped bottle cools, its volume will decrease by about 3% and creates a lower pressure in the bottle than the pressure outside the bottle.
Yeah, these bottles are great for your needs.
If I zoom in on the
Just
base,
get a really big
you can
one.
see the recovery of the plastic
Or lots
during
of
a
them.
time lapse. You can notice this at home if you examine a large juice bottle. When it comes home from the store, its sides curve in, but when opened, they pop out when the pressure inside and out equalizes. The panels in these hot fill bottles enable this controlled contraction and expansion. These are designed to accommodate the pressure changes caused by a hot liquid cooling. The bottom of the hot fill bottle is different than a soda bottle. The graceful pedaloid bottom is now replaced with a base similar to a champagne bottle, a flat outer lip and a raised center with indentations called ribs. Like the pedaloid
Yeah, it was
bottom,
designed
these ribs
that way.
add
This is
strength,
actually
keep
an
the bottom
over-engineered
generally
bottle.
hemispherical shaped.
These things
The
are ridiculously
implementation of
engineered.
these two designs, though, was delayed by a decade because of a patent dispute. Continental Can Company held patents on the hot fill base and the petaloid bottom. But Monsanto, an earlier developer of PET plastic, patented the base a few years before Continental. Monsanto suggested that Continental's hot fill base was merely an obvious combination of the Monsanto patent and the petaloid bottom.
Monsanto is responsible for poisoning the entire population of the earth. And they found out that they're doing it and they didn't stop.
This tied up all three patents. The key question addressed by the courts was this: are the ribs in the Monsanto bottom hollow? Because clearly the indentations, the ribs in both of the Continental bottle bases, are hollow. In the courtroom, one of the inventors of the Continental hot fill bottom drew a cross-section of the ribs in that
3M is also
and of the
pretty
ribs in the
unforgivable.
petaloid bottom. He noted that these were hollow. Then he drew a cross-section of a rib from the bottle depicted in the Monsanto patent to show that they would be solid. Continental argued that hollow versus solid was the key difference, noting further that the Monsanto patent didn't use the word hollow. Monsanto countered that blow molding must create hollow ribs, which would be clear to anyone familiar with the state of the art. The first trial decided that the ribs of the Monsanto design were hollow and thus declared Continental's patent invalid. But an appeals court said in 1991, nonsense. The ribs were solid, thus restoring the validity of Continental's patent. In the early 1990s then, with the litigation over, bottles with a petaloid base and the hot fill bottom appeared on the market. These bottles were so successful that every year some 500 billion PET bottles are manufactured. About 3/4 of these bottles end up in landfills or are incinerated. The other quarter are recycled. Yet PET is among the most recyclable of plastics. It's ground into a powder, melted, then spun into fibers a fifth the diameter of a human hair, which can be woven into fabric. In 2012, the U.S. men's basketball team...
And there it is. There it is. There it is.
wore jerseys created of recycled plastic bottles, as did the 2015 Indian cricket team.
It's not
And
a
at least
lie
one
that you
high-end
can
car
recycle.
manufacturer offers interiors
However, it is
upholstered
highly
with fabrics
inefficient
made
and
from
largely
up to
silly
100%
the way that we do
recycled PET
it.
bottles. Thanks for listening. I'm Bill Hammack, the engineer guy.
Also, a lot of recycling is fake. That is true. A lot of places say they recycle and they do not. Yeah, that's actually very common to separate garbage and recycling, and then when it comes time to recycle, it just goes to the dump with everything else. Where I live, they don't even bother. Like, they don't even pretend that you can recycle. If you want to recycle, you gotta bring your recycling somewhere. We ain't doing it. Just put it in the trash. Making money drawing furries is good business if you can put up with your clients. I know that's not the easiest, but it's kind of, you know, think of the future. Just think like a couple $100,000 later. Just focus on that, and then the time will fly by. But I understand. I understand. I like passion art. I could never do that for money if I had the talent. I couldn't. Like, as a job. I wouldn't mind doing commissions, probably. Something about the dogs now. Interesting. this little hole puncher. Bring back the art of tech skill videos. Bring it back. Go make a tech skill video right now. That's actually kind of nutty. How I would love to do this in game. Land PC drop. The transition! The transition! Absolutely brilliant. You might think to yourself that this doesn't look very impressive, technically, but it has so much heart. I think the amount of heart in this kind of thing is incredible. It's kind of like skateboarding, actually, if you've ever watched somebody's skateboarding tape. No, you can tell that this isn't even claw. This is actually just plinking from the Y button to the B button with your thumb. That's why it's a little bit slow. If it was plinking, that would be frame perfect for a tech skill video. That's not as impressive. I mean, not plinking, clawing. Doesn't miss shines. He's got the transitions. Stage choice, an important part of showing your heart. Beautiful. I love the block setup. Very graceful stage. The style. The sheer style. This person's a great tech skill video creator. Good job, buddy. Good job, smoked him. 4 months. It's time to watch another video that's full of heart. They did so good on this. Hang on, this is in the recommended. This is unprecedented. What is this? Battles from the Brisbane Shuffle Meetup. December 21st, 2008. TNP. Raw dogs. Coming in hot on the LTB Casper. Way more range on this shuffler. Fighting back fiercely. Short though. Short though. Lost. Too short. TNP. Fusion. Pretty open shuffler. Very crowd oriented. Ooh. Very personal style. I'm down with it. Random rave girl. I'm guessing that that's because the video author didn't know who this was. Ooh, killing it. The control. Oh my goodness, the control. Random guy. What the fuck? That is a workout and a half. This dude has fun. This dude has a lot of fun. All in? Haha. The two most crowd-oriented dancers. It was a great day. This is a great video. Good job, YouTube. Good job. What a great recommendation. Thank you to Chukabi for organizing. Fuck yeah. That was recommended. So we have presumably more dancing. We have a animal underwater smoking a cigarette. A classic MySpace era photograph. Fart spray. More dancing. Some kind of subway interaction or bus interaction. The video we just watched. A commercial or some shit. A different type of dancing. This one stands out. What the fuck is Pulsar? Has real energy flow. So it looks like this was actually made on film and edited on film. can see up here that there's an edit. It was spliced. Only on part of the frame. I knew it wasn't clay based on how they were moving. Yeah, demo scene for stop motion. I was thinking to myself for the middle of this how people just do this with programs now. Instead of their hands and like physical materials. This wavy stuff, like these little worms, these things are really impressive. Like doing this stop motion. Broadcast by the Japanese TV program Ebiten. A contest. So this guy wasn't a professional when he made this? This was like an amateur production? Nope. All done.